Next is the Dodge Demon Hair Cat.
Yeah, welcome. It was hard for me to find actually this broadcast, so I understand if most of you are also looking for it. Hey Wilfred, it's a pleasure. You just make sure that you've got the chat here and you guys can speak. Let's put the highlights over there. Okay, so the first one that I saw is, it looks like Zimbabwe is playing against India, and these guys are not playing at the same time, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'll check now. So the first board is Charinda Kudzanai playing against this is against Uzbekistan. So she lost, and this was the game. And she's playing white take on d4, bishop g7, bishop e3. So this is an accelerated dragon. She takes on c6, and this line is very tricky. It used to be good for white, but I think recent research has shown that this knight f6, knight g8 idea is very strong. After f4, d6. d6 is not the main continuation. I think f6 is the new stuff. d6 takes, yeah. But here it looks like black is more than okay. The thing about these positions is that white should not allow black to play these endgames. These endgames are always best for black, because now your pieces really struggle. You can see that black's pieces are nicely placed, but white's pieces are terrible, and he's struggling with space also. And now, yep, it's gone. So she was outplayed here. It's a pity it doesn't really show the player's true over the board rating. You'd get an idea of what the difference is. So that was that game. And on board 2, again, Cyril Chigodo lost to Otik. So Chigodo was black here. And after h6, take, queen d6, yeah. Okay, so black just I think struggled here because his opponent didn't play the main line, and he really didn't know what to do with it. If you play the King's Indian like this, you'll struggle, because now this bishop is completely dead and you've got all these weaknesses which need to be covered. Yeah, take, and I think he tried. It's just so difficult to put pressure on white's position. Now, ooh. It's fascinating how he was slowly outplayed. Just allowing that bishop on d4 like that. Now, black has got this passed pawn. Oh, terrible. Okay. Linda Shaba managed to get a draw. Let's see how that went. Knight f3.
Today. I gained 30 million in the game today.
e5. Bishop e3.
I got the dodge
Take on
team
d5.
and do over 300 kilometers an hour.
Take.
I couldn't even get it to the max speed because I lost where the runway was. It could do around 262 miles.
I think white
an hour.
got greedy here.
Don't know how.
f5. Okay. Take. Check. Okay, so king f7. So white is slightly better here, but rook endings are very difficult. So yeah, this is the correct idea. Rook e2. maybe king f3 not the best, king a3 not the best. So you need to somehow restrain this pawn on c5, maybe b3 or rook c2. And then once you've managed to stabilize that, rook c4, b4, taking advantage of the pin here. But the way he goes about it, he wants to put the king to the queen side. Okay, the problem is his pawns are too weak on the king side. Okay, a4, b3. Yeah, so the problem is your king can't get really active because of that pawn on c5. Your rook can't leave on e2, so you have to do this. But now exchanging pawns just helps the person who's trying to draw. Yeah, good idea. Why doesn't he leave the pawn? Huh? How did this game end in a draw? White is clearly winning. There was probably a draw offer made here, and it was accepted, but white is clearly winning. Yeah. Okay, it looks like the other crew, everyone lost. I think Linda survived that one. She was very lucky. If anyone knows the pool that South Africa is in, please just message me or in the chat. Let's see. Active. So we looked at pool A. That's where we found Zim. Okay, that's active. Let's look at pool B. Pool B, what's happening? Nothing is in pool B. Pool C, nothing is in pool C. But these are all written as active. Pool D. I think South Africa is in pool D if I'm not mistaken. So wait, because it looks like pool A, round 2 is finished and all the games are done. SA is in pool B. Do you know what time they are starting for SA? This is one of my students, Refilwe. E4. So this was the line that we prepared for this. C3, E3. Okay, so here she's supposed to play rook d1 first, but she starts with d3, knight b d2, knight f1, bishop e3, d5, knight here. No, rook d2 is not the correct idea. Yep. So she traps herself here. It's just a blunder, right? Bishop f6 is forced here. After this, it's just lost. Wow. White is clearly winning now. Queen f3. Queen there. Rook f7 check. But isn't this even just better? Pawn takes on f5. Oh my god, how did she lose this? That was terrible. So here knight g7. Now she takes with the pawn and threatens f6. She could have taken here on f5 with the pawn and then threaten f6, and she would be clearly winning. Can you believe it? Wow. Wow, how did she... How did she give away the game? Let's see. This is just terrible. Suddenly she's losing. I wonder what the time situation was like. Maybe she was in time trouble. Yeah, she's not watching our evening stream. Oh, that's so sad. I mean, she was winning. She was much better. I don't think she even believed that she was better, you know. So you reckon, yes, SA is in Pool B. So I don't know why, but I feel that they haven't communicated, at least to the general public, how these rounds are going to work and timing. I think if you are not part of the program, it's very difficult to keep track of how it's being played. Like for instance, now I don't know if they're going to play another round. Knight f3 here. Amanda Shefarirai. So Zim got half a point against Uzbekistan. But this is just a fundamental mistake, right? Yeah. White is just busy being outplayed. I believe that whatever Fide does, right? Like for instance, a lot of countries had already chosen their teams for the Olympiad when COVID hit, and no one was probably expecting that there would be something like COVID. So Fide decided to host a different tournament with different team compositions, which is not the traditional setup that it existed before. Obviously, they were thinking about inclusion and trying to get more players to play, which wasn't the case before. You know, like if you have to travel to another country, then the demands would be a bit different. So what they did was they, let me just go use this chess.com one. So the demands were a bit different to the usual, pretty much. So I feel that the way they did it didn't help the existing selections, but also I think that they didn't communicate it clearly to to people so people understand why they are doing it. I think people would have been happy if they knew why. But the commotion then it caused in federations, some players probably still don't even understand why they were not included in the team. But Fide needed different age groups to play, and that's what you have right now. Okay, so if we need the bigger screen, we can always go to the bigger screen. But for now, I think.
Did you call me? Oh, okay.
I guess we've got enough space. We could include with the notation. Just make it complete like that. Yeah. So I think that's one of those things. All right. So what's happening here? So pool B hasn't been populated yet. I also wonder if this must be on chess results, but then if it's on chess results, what would it be under? Because you want to get an idea of how the standings are like. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Okay, good. So now we've got a better India, China. This is pool number A. India, China, Germany, Uzbekistan, Iran, Vietnam, Georgia, Mongolia, Indonesia, and Zimbabwe. So far, the round we saw was that one where they had a draw, right? Okay, so it's like a round robin, and here there's usually a schedule. Okay, so that's pool A. Pool A. I assume this is pool A. No, that's not it. Pool A. That's not it. Pool A. That's division 4. Okay, so this is the top division, pool A. This is the part which gets very confusing. Okay, top division pool A and top division pool B is where South Africa is. Okay, good. Let's see, what are the tournament details? These are the organizers. This is the time control, and it's being played on chess.com, and the time. They don't have the time. It's very strange that they don't have the time. Okay, so but this hasn't started. So pool A has started. So what I don't know is how many rounds do they play? Because it looks like if you look at pool A, they played round 1. So if we try to understand that, Zimbabwe played against India. So this was the round against India. So they are playing maybe multiple rounds today. So Aravind played Chigodo on board 1, and Aravind won. And Deshmukh played Mdodo, and he won. Sarin played Hamandishe, India won again. Vidit played Ngadzura, Vidit won. Shaba lost to Bakiti. Charinda lost to Vaishali. And that was the team. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players. This is the, let's see, this is the Fide. Okay. Okay, so this is the Fide standings. I don't know how. Okay, that's fine. So this is the Pool A, pool standings. Pool A results. Okay, let's see. So this must be somehow live on chess.com. Yes, they're playing a round robin. What I can't see is how they okay, that's the schedule. Division 4. What do they call it? Top division. August 21. 4 pools, 10 teams each, round robin, 9 rounds, 3 best teams of each pool advance. Okay, so top 3 advance in each of these pools. But it doesn't give the schedule again. Let's see what they're saying on chess.com here. You would think that they have something like a highlight of what's happening. Let's say tournaments. Okay, they don't have the Olympiad. That is very strange. There's no schedule with times. Yes, that's true.
Уже, по-моему, не первый раз такое бывает, случается, уже были какие-то заявления от шахматистов против, что Французская Федерация особо.
This is weird. Yeah, it doesn't look like the other ones are in.
Yeah, maybe that's also an idea. Yeah, just to do yeah, some fresh. It's kind of hard to imagine that after 2 rounds, people are really too tired to play their quality intensive volleyball. These players are unfortunately used to playing like 6 hour games over days. I'm not sure, but yeah, with India of course having a lot of good players.
So this probably means that Anand stayed out of the match against Zimbabwe. He didn't
Yeah,
play.
we can now of course back to some chess. Do you think that white has an advantage? White has the bishop pair, black is quite strong.
Oh, you know, a possibility, Paul, is that they've I think they have
Yeah,
they are delaying the broadcast as an anti-cheating mechanism, I think.
also like minute from
Aha, good. Yes, now we are in.
so white provoked d6, and maybe white can make use of this.
Hare Krishna.
No, logical move is something.
So we are more interested in the African games. Yeah, I managed to find this one. No, the live had not just started. That was all. So let's start with board one, and they've already played knight f3, knight f6. So the African player is playing black here. Okay, I'm coming now. Sorry for that, Greywood. Okay, so we have Kudagosha's Banda, and let's make sure it's perfect for you. Okay, good. Apologies. Okay.
Да, у нее 5 очков было.
Pawn stuck in the knight's f4 position. Might be considering. Definitely
У
not.
нее самая такая яркая была игра в плане комбинаций и ход.
Okay, thank you, Greg. So that. Okay, so knight e1. Knight e1 was not a good idea. It's a backward move.
Maybe just take with
But so is bishop f6 and
Yes, I'm getting the Tesla Roadster.
he's looking for ways of activating this knight, but nothing looks good so far. My concern is, can't black take on e4 after bishop takes and then take on c5? What is the discovered idea? Oh, okay, knight b4, that makes sense. And it recovers on c6. But knight c2 still doesn't look good. Where is the knight going after this? It's not clear what he intends to do with this knight on c2. Bishop e6. I mean, what's Black should just take on b4, because after a takes b4, a3, b takes a3, rook a3, it looks like Black is very active. The rook is putting pressure on d3. It's actually quite safe, the rook on a3. And these pawns are actually weakness more than a strength. I'm not sure why White would want to play knight b4 here. What's the time situation like? 10 minutes, 11 minutes. Okay. Let's see. Make sure that you've got the full board. Oh, cool. Fantastic. Okay, good. And here he plays rook a5. He misses this idea. He should have taken on. On b4. What can White do now? His position is not easy to play. He doesn't have moves easily. Maybe knight d2, but what is the idea? Knight d2, let's say knight d8, and then what? Just give up this pawn, because this pawn is very weak. What about knight d2, rook takes c5? Oh, the knight c6 is strong. I don't understand rook a5. It looks logical, but it doesn't work here. But I can see the way Black is thinking. He's thinking when he plays f5, then maybe he's got a hold of c5. But the problem in this position is that c6 is also very weak and not easy to defend. Let's see how he handles it. He finds knight d2, which is very good. So initially I thought here against knight d2 you can play knight d8, but again that's too passive. Rook takes c5 is not good for Black. The more Black exchanges pieces, the weaker his position becomes. So maybe he has to consider bishop d7. Ooh, he takes on c5. Now this is not so good, because now knight takes c6, pawn takes c6, queen takes a4, and c6 is still very weak. Knight takes c6, b takes c6. I don't have a choice here. No, not rook c5. Rook c5 is good for... Rook c5 is good for black. Black is now more active. Queen a5, and the difference between this and the other move is that you take on a5 and still have pressure on c6, which you would eventually win. But here, the queen is already protecting c6, and now you just need rook c8. And now taking on c6 doesn't work because he always has this discovery with bishop a4, and if you go b5, he takes on c6, you take on a, and then these a pawns are weak, he can just collect them. It's a small detail, but very important. In these technical positions, you need to milk them for as much as you can. It was a pocket call. It was about. It was. Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay, and this way of defending these kind of positions, you cannot defend them like this. This you pay for, yeah. Exactly, yeah. You can't play them like this. You needed to play something more dynamic like rook c8 and get more of his pieces active. If you try to calm a position like this down, you end up actually just being much worse. Suddenly this knight is very good. The bishops don't really make a difference here because the position is closed. So the knight is a valuable piece here. Exchanging it is not good either because the bishop that black would be left with is a bad bishop. So yeah, so now he needs to fix this weakness over here. He should play b4 and then put pressure now there. By the time he exchanges this light squared bishop, this pawn will fall. So this is the general idea of what he has to do. Yeah, it's actually very difficult to suggest a move for black here. If only you could play rook a8. How does black continue? This part is very tricky. Maybe try to exchange queens, but what's the best way to exchange queens is maybe to play queen a8. Let's say knight c5, bishop d6, rook c1, queen a8 maybe. Then try to play it like that. To exchange queens. Maybe you've got chances, but if you just wait here, it's just going to die very slowly, the position. The big mistake also you can make is to play ideas like f4. That would be completely wrong. Just create more weaknesses. So basically the idea here is the main concept at play is space, and you must not exchange pieces if you're black, because you've pushed a lot of pawns, you've got a bit of space. And if you exchange pieces, that the space becomes weakness. So you want to maybe go to a rook ending, perhaps open up the center. If you can do that, you'll be fine, but easier said than done. And that's why I think black is taking time, but also his time is reaching a critical stage is tricky also because you could just be lost here. The decisions he has to make are not easy to find in the amount of time he has easy. But he should just make up his mind on what he plays and yep. Oh, Queen B7 was just a terrible move, right? Okay, it's got the idea, but the same idea of exchanging queens, but he didn't have to have it done with a tempo. So now small improvements like that in positions like this can be devastating. Also, yeah, the other idea is that when the queen is not on B7, you are not necessarily forced to play Queen A8 immediately. Here, black could have this idea, white could have this idea of playing for Bishop D5, just clearly having two passed pawns on the queen side, which he doesn't have if you go Queen B8. There is a carelessness which gets associated with playing a position you feel is bad. And here, maybe white shouldn't take immediately. Shouldn't exchange like that. But there's no way he can avoid this exchange. If he exchanges and rook goes to A8, this is just a passive position that he doesn't want to play. If he plays here rook C1, then queen takes, knight takes, rook A8. And what do you do? Then bishop D5. He goes for bishop D5 first. But this is probably not the best. This was probably a mistake. Now, black should take on A5 first. On A4. C takes D5 is just a mistake. Now white gets the ideal ending, like which is easy to play. You just go Queen A6 here, not allowing the rook to gain time, and the knight on A6 with these two passed pawns is a typical structure in endgames, which is difficult to beat because the knight also prevents rook from attacking some of these pawns. Chuch, we're looking at the Olympiad games. I wanted you to come in. Let's have a look at them. All right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I wonder if white can find a queen to a6. Why not queen d7? Yeah, okay, queen d7 does not look natural, first of all, because white can threaten bishop b6 in this position. At the same time, he's putting pressure on a3. And let's say bishop b6, rook a1, protecting... oh, this is just a mistake, right? Because now, after bishop d8, there's this two x-ray attack on a3, and I think this is something that white is missing. That you can't forever keep this knight on a4. And when you move, you still need to protect this pawn. So this is the kind of careless play that you should avoid, especially in technical positions like this. If something seems like it's a stretch to play, you don't. You see, he's playing it like it's a middle game. He's playing rook c8, but now bishop g5, suddenly this bishop is very active. Remember, the king is not really the safest in this position, and you can't really become active because you have your own weaknesses, d3, a3, and if black becomes active, this is the whole idea behind these Benoni type structures, right? You want to have an active position as opposed to a passive one. And that's why you give up pawns and stuff like that. But rook d8 is probably not the best. So my idea was that now break through with e4, create chaos. Rook d8 is too calm for this position, and this is something that people also miss, is that positions have a nature to them. There's a way you play Benoni positions, there's a way you play Grunfeld positions, there's a way you play Queen's Gambit positions, and if you do not understand this, it's easy to make mistakes in positions like this because you don't know the nature of the position. So here, like for instance, queen c6, trying to calm things down is the wrong thing to do in these positions. He just goes e4, makes them more violent. And if you want to take is a mistake, he lets you take, and the knight on a4, which is the move which was when Bet Whisperer asked why not queen d7, the knight on a4 is terribly placed in most of these endings. And also, if you get into an ending, there is a concept called it's about what do you call it, piece combinations. Like a rook and a bishop is better than a rook and a knight. They are called positions of material equivalence. They are almost the same, but they're not really the same. The coordination of a bishop and a rook is better than a rook and a knight. Hey, King Mix, how are you? Hey, Martin, how are you? Good. I'm going to send you the link which of the position I'm looking at. Oh, black just blundered here. Bishop e7 is a terrible mistake. Because now queen takes a8, rook takes a8, there is rook a5. Yeah, I'm going to send it to you. Again, he's missing, I think he's not fair. Yeah, he's missing this rook a5 idea. And it's just lost. Because how do you stop the pawn? Because the knight covers all the squares from the bishop. So you'd have to move with your just got into a lost ending. Hey Keith, welcome. Okay, I've sent it to you on chat. This is the one we're looking at now. Yeah, this ending now is a bad ending because these pawns are very weak. And this was the scenario which we discussed earlier, that in these endings, or in these positions, if you exchange too many pieces, the space advantage becomes a weakness. Carry the stream now. Martin, I'm coming now.
Which game are you looking at? The one of watching?
Yeah.
Just winning for white. Got two outside pawns on A and the B file, and we'll be able to get the pawn on the D3. Instead of rook captures the rook, knight captures black, and pawn captures D3, followed by F1. Black is still thinking, I think this is way for black to see this position.
Okay, let me see. I think your volume is probably low. Okay, I think you're better now. Okay, so yeah, this is a lost ending. I don't even know why he hurried to get to this ending. And his primary mistake was bishop e7. And it's
not even some counter chassis. You can try to go maybe h6, h4, but it's not enough.
yeah. Yeah, no, now it's just lost. He's just lost.
And what's the time control for this tournament?
15 minutes plus 5 seconds, I think. Which is decent. Which is decent, but okay. Yeah, this is just lost. South Africa starts at 1, so we'll be able to actually see that one.
It's just 2.
Yeah?
I was just saying the SOS twin is just to fix everything first on the king side, and then you start pushing c5. You start pushing before b6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or you can even make it wise, just going before b6 on the spot.
Yeah, but he doesn't have to hurry. He can even just play knight d2 here, h3, slowly see. Put the question back. This is the Olympiad bet whisper. The Olympiad. And we are looking at the division, top division, I think. Division A. It's a bit complicated the way they've done it. And okay, Black is in time trouble, so he's just going to lose this game, I think.
Just go f4.
Yeah, or even just h3. Just, because black is going to run out of these pawn moves. Well, it's online. If you make it long, people cheat, and it's a long story. It is what it is. He had his chances in this game. I think he just didn't. He could have done better, I think. Yep. And now he's going to be the outside pass pawn.
Yeah.
Well, they can still, but it's much easier to detect than in long games. Okay, so this is the pawn is going to run. This one we call it dash. This one. Yeah, let's see if we can find the other games that are still in progress. Okay, so this was so Zim against this must be Indonesia, right? So Zim on board 1 lost, and then on board 2. Yes, the conditions are very strict. There's cameras on the players. What the players don't even probably know already is that there's also software that is being used by Fide, which monitors your reactions too, and where you're constantly looking, just in case there's someone positioned nicely at an angle in the room assisting. So it's quite strict the way they've set it up, and they're trying by all means. It's just very difficult to carry out a big tournament like this with all those things in place. So yes, Zim lost on all boards. Rumbitsaima Wire lost. Yeah. It looks like. Yeah. Zim lost on all boards. It lost on across the boards. Anand drew in his game against Abdul Sattorov. Hampi won, Harika won. Keith, what are you laughing at? African teams will struggle in this in this tournament. It's not you can't. Yeah, SA women, they're coming now. They're starting at 1, I think. That's Pool B. They haven't been loaded, but they are coming at 1 o'clock. Kudakwashe lost. So Keith is laughing, but I don't see anyone surviving here. Okay, so here, to get an idea, let's go to that feed link that we have. Let's look at the results. So, I mean, they've organized it well, and I think.
Please send the link of because I think you only send the link for just that game.
Oh yeah. No, I'll send now. Okay, let me send you. In fact, let me do it like this, right? Let me send you. Okay, copy. Let me send you the Anand game. Let's go here. Yeah, it's a mixed format, and I think that's what most players didn't understand when the whole selection thing had to be done. Is people didn't understand that you couldn't use your existing selection because it was different to what Fide was asking for. Fide is the one which changed the team compositions pretty much. So this was the Anand game. D4, D5. Anand was white and went for this Taraj system. I think Watu plays this, or used to play this. And for the pawn, black is just too active. And you have to play with care, because even for that advantage it's not enough. But if as you will see in some of the games we will look in the African teams, these positions won't draw. These positions someone will lose. Plus it's 15 minutes, so people will definitely make mistakes a lot here. I'm surprised Anand didn't win this. Take, check, and then he gets. Why not get the H pawn? He's clearly winning. Check. Okay, and he keeps that pawn. Oh, I see. This is the mistake he made here. King A5. King A5 is not the best. Yeah. No big. He's a strong player, and King A5 doesn't have a choice.
Which game are you looking at? Do you know I cannot see anything?
Oh, I see. I'm looking at the Anand game. Let me send it to you. Yeah, so South Africa should be starting at 1 p.m. and we'll be able to cover that just now. You know what I should do, Martin? Is I should actually just do this. Share screen with you. Okay, if I do that, then I lose you.
Oh, this is better.
Send me a picture of you then in the meantime. That way I can put it on so that people can see who I'm speaking to. Okay, so yeah, this was a Pool A. So they played 3 rounds. So if they're going to play an all play all, they're playing 3 rounds per day, which takes about 2 hours. So it means that in 2 hours they play three rounds, per day. So if South Africa starts at 1, we'll be finished at 3. Right? Are you with me, Matt?
Yes, I'm just trying to get a picture.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, so this is round 3. Let's see if okay, so after this just ended, so Zimbabwe is at the bottom after the first 3 rounds with half a point. That's just what they scored on the board. Mongolia. So if you look at this, it looks like the individual board rounds that they are scoring.
I've sent you a picture, okay?
Yeah. Alright, so it looks like India is leading after the first 3 rounds. They won, it looks like their first round, their fourth with 4 out of 6, then 5 out of 6, and then 6 out of 6 in the last one. China is very close by. Germany is also in there. Germany won some of these matches very close. But yeah, this is going to be quite tough. So this is Pool A, top division. I wonder. Division 2. Okay, let's go to South Africa. Should now be live. Where are they? Okay, so this was the last one.
On castle, short castle.
Yeah, there's
Uh-huh.
also queen b5, and then on bishop d7, you could trade off on d7, trying to get your pawn back on d5 or bring the black king out. I don't know that that's
Okay, so it
enough
looks like
compensation
they've got a
for either
delayed
end.
system where to prevent people from cheating.
More or
It's
less.
another,
The
another
broadcast
way you
is
could try, like
slightly
bishop d3, castles
delayed
queenside.
for us.
Yeah, also looks
So
good.
let's see.
Let's see. So knight takes
Oh.
e5 play. You also could take with the knight on d5.
Chess
But I think he
Olympiad
takes
Pool
with
B.
right. And then here, well, yeah, like you said, bishop e3 is an idea with long castle. Bishop f4 with long castle. I have a feeling long castle's coming on the board. I don't know. Short castle looks like a bit too slow to me. Because after bishop e7, short castle, I think black's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
White needs to be really fast here, but we'll see what
So
White's
this
plan is.
division after
Anish is thinking, at least for this moment,
is like this. India is leading.
doubting to take on d5 maybe with the knight or with the pawn. There's actually also this move with bishop d6 as an maybe not even taking on the d5 at all. For example, bishop f4,
Okay,
now
so
castle.
was
He's
we
saying,
wait?
okay, you've got a pawn on d5, I don't care, I'm just gonna castle and say, okay.
Yeah, then at least white's not risking being worse, right? And I think queen b5 might be
Pool A,
pleasant to
South
trade the
Africa
knight on
should be in
e5
Pool
instead
B.
of having to defend it. And
Yeah.
then we could always trade the d5 pawn on e6.
Yeah, I'm not sure
Not
this
in
is the
Pool
best
A.
move. This is more or less what white wants, yeah. Takes,
Yeah.
takes.
Then I would take on e6 with the pawn here.
A. Pool
before
B is
trading
where South
queens
Africa
to isolate
is.
black's pawn. I
And
think
it's
white's a little
ranked
better
10th.
now, so
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
hopefully
after
soon
queen
we'll have
d5,
their
maybe
lead.
it's better to play knight
So we
d7
are in the
instead,
correct.
or a move like king f8, but in that case, I think actually the bishop d6 is...
This is
not
Pool A. I think we are done
so
with
the
Pool
game
A.
Anish finally took with the e pawn.
And we are now in Pool B.
Your idea? Bishop d6 and queen
Pool
d5.
B. Pool B.
King f8.
Okay, so whilst we wait for,
Oh no, I don't like this. I don't like king
you
f8.
can look at this.
I'm really scared that white's going to overrun black.
Yeah, that was a risky choice by black for sure.
Yeah, I was actually even considering a move like bishop c5 here. Just trade off the bishop pair, do long castle next. Maybe it's okay for black somehow. I mean, what black has is like no weakness. Well,
Итак,
no
снова
current
всем
Hey,
привет.
Jose, how are you?
Даже уже у кого-то
Five
Just
no
waiting
weakness,
for the
bishop
broadcast of
d6,
the-
Евгений Томашевский.
Right. But the thing is, to develop the rook on h8, you're almost obliged to make a weakness.
Yeah, g6.
Like, you have to move some pawns out of the way of your king, and whichever way you do, there's some...
Попытаться хотя бы, да? Да.
Начнем наш марафон. Я в огромном предвкушении от Олимпиады. Честно говоря, да, замечательные были соревнования Магнуса, но все-таки уже хотелось разнообразия, и мне кажется, Олимпиада подарит разнообразие.
Where is
Да,
it?
это
Where is it?
точно.
Where is it?
Сегодня Женя с нами на целых 6 часов, на 2 пула, и пул Б, и пул С со сборной России. Вот. Ну,
Yeah, I'm
сейчас
back,
в
Ruby.
первом туре играют очень тоже интересные
Back.
матчи.
Oh,
Я вот
welcome.
так сразу же открыла партию Василия Иванчука, и мне кажется, не прогадала.
They've started actually. They started at 1 p.m. So there's like a 10-minute delay or so
Мистера.
to prevent.
So who's playing for Team SA?
I'm not sure. I think when we see the lineup, that's when we can tell.
And how many players for this?
6 players. So 2 players are open, and I think 2 players are like under 20 or something like that, and then 2 players are juniors.
Введем и вас в курс дела, и сами поймем. То есть я, конечно, готовился к репортажу, изучал, кто играет, но команд у нас, насколько я понимаю, огромное количество, 40 команд играет, да?
Yeah, with some of these European players, it doesn't really matter the age.
Еще за 3 дня мы, конечно, уже поймем, кто с кем играет.
They're very strong.
Запомнить очень тяжело.
Like someone is saying, the Azerbaijan team player is about 8 years old, but his rating is 22.8.
How old is he?
He's about 8 years old.
He's 22.
Yeah, he's 22.8.
Хотя, конечно, болеть,
I remember at the World Junior, right? There was this under 10.
Да, они прошли
He was 23 something.
чемпионов, это очень похвально, и, естественно, они с удовольствием получат.
So the round 1 pairing, South Africa is playing against.
Но мы будем, конечно, в основном смотреть матч.
South Africa is playing against Norway.
Ну вот.
нас в первую очередь интересует...
Kenny Solomon is playing Ukedar.
текущий,
He's not playing Carlsen. Barish is playing
Украина,
Lee.
Испания и Азербайджан.
Jesse February on board 3, playing Stanford Sheila Bath.
Наверное, ключевые матчи.
And
Тура группы Б.
Shaliz is
Вполне
playing
возможно, что в этих матчах
Mashlik, Monica,
уже встретились,
and Banele is playing Johannes Hau.
пройти дальше. Хотя вот, например, я
It
вижу,
looks like a solid team actually,
и вообще состав группы выглядит...
especially against this Norway team.
Такое ощущение, что группа немножко даже...
So South Africa should be fair. I'm not sure why Carlsen is not playing.
Географически оказались разбиты, да,
And
потому что
Ludwig Hammer.
интересно получилось, что, например, Китай с Индией оказался в одной группе, и очень много европейских...
Yeah, so for those who were asking what the team
То есть,
composition
ну, это,
is,
конечно, абсолютное совпадение, потому
it's
что
Kenny
там
Solomon,
можно такие
Daniel Barish,
от-
Jesse February,
вот
Charlize
такое
Van Saar,
ощущение, что
Banele Mango,
по принципу
and Nina Marey.
чуть было, сделано, может быть,
These
случайно,
are the
не знаю, но так вот
Может быть, в плане...
These are the players who are
всем
playing.
удобно было играть. Может быть, ты и прав, что они
Да,
действительно
что-
разбиты географически.
И это может быть такое, и потому что вот я смотрю составы, то есть вот очень много, да, и пул Б почти европейский, да, пул...
Много азиатов, да.
да,
Let's
да,
see if
много
they've
азиатов,
updated
да,
the list.
и
Not
американцы
yet.
даже, да, то есть, видимо, ну, сложно, конечно, хотя, с другой стороны...
Американцы,
играть
наверное, пул Д, чтобы им...
Да, американцы, да,
Мгм.
получается.
Но им все равно
Да, да.
получается раннее утро, но хотя бы не среди ночи играть.
Yeah.
Здесь
Безусловно,
может
да,
быть
потому что,
такое, что немножко неравное по уровню игры, но что поделаешь, это онлайн-олимпиада, здесь приходится
да.
жертвовать чем-то.
По уровню игры, конечно, наша группа, честно...
Yeah, he had some back injuries, but he beat Nakamura, I'm sure, playing against us.
общих команд, там, вот, например,
It's going to be, it's not going to really
там вообще
further damage his back.
Да, там даже Германия, в которой, например, на женской доске даже не играет лучше.
Maybe they're just preserving their players for the stronger teams.
3 матча. Обыграли сборную
So,
Ирана, то есть
Maybe that's
очень высокую планку задали, и Ирану придется бороться. Они 2 матча сегодня проиграли.
Ну, я думаю, что Иран даже и никуда не выйдет, по идее, из такой группы, потому что там конкуренты сумасшедшие.
Мгм. Там Индия, Китай и Германия
Индия,
уже,
Китай, Германия,
уже
там,
задали
да,
планку.
просто,
Мгм.
Ну, безумие, да. Ну, давайте пока все-таки, да,
Yeah, he definitely had some back injury.
К шахматам, пока мы все, наверное, немножко вникаем в то, что происходит, потому
Да.
что событие большое, большой онлайн праздник шахмат, и вот сейчас у нас в центре внимания партия Иванчук-Вальеха, ну, просто в ней пока не так много происходит чисто шахматных событий. Ну, Василий Михайлович известен тем, что может сыграть практически любой дебют.
Yeah, so
И
India
вот
is
сейчас
leading in
в
the
ответ
first
на
pool
французскую защиту со стороны своего
with 6 points.
соперника,
So I guess it's
он не стал бороться.
I guess it's,
просто расставил спокойную симметричную
2
позицию
points for
и
win
предпочел
and maybe
собственно,
1 for a
продолжить
draw and
позицию.
0 for a
Ну,
loss.
позиция равная на доске. безусловно.
So our only African hope in Division A in Pool A is on number
Поэтому
10.
я думаю, что
And then in Pool B, South Africa, I think, might be able to do something. I believe that South Africa could do something against Norway.
я тут как раз даже
It's not an walkover as probably.
потому что вот
Они, похоже, все и не открываются, да. То есть
Да,
просто
мы-
не влезают.
с Машей,
As
с Машей,
they expect.
да, как раз решали этот вопрос прям.
Вот я
Очень
ссылку
интересно.
сейчас запостила на Твиче, но я подозреваю, что
What do you think, Martin?
только половина партии откроется. Вот я даже
Yeah,
партию
I think
4
it-
не вижу.
Got a
Ну
good
вот я
team.
как раз, да, я как раз
Do you
очень
think
хорошо.
that's our strongest team, or they're also reserving some
Да,
players
вот
for a
открылась, да.
Да, потому что
Do you think South Africa is reserving players for what?
Наверное, тоже
Заслуживает, да.
Yeah, just to-
И стоит признать, что да, партия тут события называется интересно.
South Africa is just fielding players.
Порадовать дебютом, который вообще не применяет. Е4, С5,
We don't have that luxury.
Ну, что сказать, онлайн-шахмат имеет свою специфику. И представить, чтобы на первой доске в матче
You think they can also bring some strong players also when we're playing against
Но
some other
No,
teams?
but this is probably like, I mean,
позиция
this is probably our strongest team, right?
и после ферзь b5, кстати, вот...
Okay,
они
so
шукают,
let me put it this way.
по какому
You
принципу
can't
формировался состав
actually-
сборной? Ну, сборная России как раз формировался у нас...
We
очень
can't,
серьезно подходит к этому вопросу.
because the teams are spread over age groups, it's very difficult.
Сформировал состав, по-моему,
О,
сильнейший, наверное, из возможных,
Eh,
который можно выстроить именно в онлайн.
I don't have that type of data,
Очень серьезно к этому подошли.
WinQuit,
Россия, Китай выстроили.
and I don't think you can find it anywhere on chess.com. It's not on chess.com for sure.
Да, в любом случае никто
So the games are in. Yeah.
Я думаю, что очень серьезно все равно подошли к этому.
Okay, so let's follow the top board.
Так, ну вот пока тут
Right, let's-
такая любопытная позиция, но мне
Our
кажется,
Grandmaster?
что позицию свою
Let's follow Kenny Solomon first.
пожертвовал
I
пешку, но
guess.
очень инициативная позиция.
Oh, his board is not here.
Анишу может и тяжело.
It's down there, the bottom one.
I see. Okay,
Быстро
good.
можно под атаку попасть.
Okay, so the game started d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Kenny is playing
Несмотря на то, что
here
два
to allow
слона
the Queen's Indian, but he is like a Slav Catalan. B3 setup,
Другие активные фигуры
and Kenny is very comfortable in these
такого рода структурах.
setups, and he knows his theory here.
Пока что Аниш ходом h5 подготовил активизацию своей ладьи, и у него всегда есть какие-то полуидеи с взятием на e5 и конь c4.
Yes, Kenny is the one with the gem.
Происходит.
Okay, so let's go to this
Позиция остается достаточно сложной, но
this
мне
layout.
кажется, что на этой доске...
Okay, so this is where we are. White has got a slight pull here after knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, b takes c4, and
С этого года же официально, по-моему, запрещено название Голландии.
black cannot afford
Мы должны
to be
говорить
greedy
White,
Давайте будем...
Хорошо.
and get the c pawn.
Давайте будем быть в струе, да.
So knight c4.
Можно сказать, сборная Аниша, так проще.
Да, ну сборная Аниша,
Okay,
да, это тоже.
Matt,
Кстати, интересно получилось.
Yeah, I was just
Нидерланды,
thinking and-
Я, например, как-то прошла информация.
okay, carry the stream. I'm coming.
Нидерланды вообще проигнорировали
Okay.
онлайн-олимпиаду, но нет, участвуют и в боевом составе. И вполне себе, то есть вот на второй доске
I don't know if
играет
Black should play
расписано
for
с интересным ником, да, ну,
for this
он более
isolated pawn. You can create an
известный,
isolated pawn on
Да,
b4 by
Йоки.
bishop take knight,
Йофи, да.
and
Ну да,
who
такой
takes the pawn. Well,
на,
you can just win a pawn,
по-голландски
or
это буква
or
читается.
better just to double up on the
Да,
c-file
да,
maybe
ну,
with
для
rook
безусловно,
c7
для
and
русского,
just bring the bishop back to b7.
понятный ник, но в любом случае мы будем следить за его игрой. Йордан, ну, безусловно, он, полагаю, он образован от первой буквы имени, потому что Йордан по-английски пишется именно через J. И думаю, что, ну, не знаю уж история всех этих ников, давайте все-таки будем считать, что это партия Йордана Форест, Тимур Раджаб, да, и мы видим, что Тимур проблемы.
White
Yeah.
is room on case.
Если кто-то может выиграть эту партию, то это он. И
Yeah, South Africa is in Pool B.
Йордан G4 залит, ну, вот, наверное же, Аниша и
So I was just saying that in this position, I think that black can just go deep capture the pawn.
He
Сам
can.
очень прогрессирующий шахматист.
Да, ну с Анишем еще и видит
It's just
много
a
работал,
fun up,
но
but it's
Йордан
like
уже
white is
успел
still
сыграть
okay
в
with the two
нескольких
bishops.
турнирах Tata Steel, и там и группа Б тоже всегда отличалась.
Okay, so yeah, knight c4.
Yeah, just avoiding to capture the rook, but
You said just avoiding?
I don't know, he just doesn't want to capture the c4 with the rook.
No, you can't. I don't think you can capture that pawn. It's poisoned.
How is it poisoned?
There is a. What is the plan here? I think you play.
Before the knight, just after the pawn capture back. Why?
Yeah. So I've gone back here. bc4. I don't think you can capture this pawn. And there is either knight c6 or knight f5. One of these moves. It's a poison pawn, but I'm trying to think. I think, yeah, knight c6. Knight c6 followed by rook e1. And it's lost. And you lose a piece.
Oh, I see now.
Yeah. So you can't take the pawn. That's why he played knight e5. But knight e5 is also a mistake. Because now he has this queen e2 idea. Listen, when it comes to these quiet lines and you're playing against Kenny, he knows what he's doing.
So what do you think white should do in this position? Rook c1
Queen,
or queen e2?
Queen e2. This bishop is very vulnerable where it is. And this bishop on b2 is very dangerous.
So queen e2, knight takes c4, and then
Knight takes what? Oh,
c4.
queen e2, knight c4. Again, I don't think you can take. Oh, because he has also knight f5, right?
Or knight c6 again.
Or knight c6. Yeah, knight c6 is even stronger.
But then, okay, queen e2, knight c6, rook takes.
Oh, rook takes. Rook takes is a blunder. e5 is hanging.
No. I was saying rook takes c6 after knight c6. I was just calculating like after queen e2, knight takes c4, knight c6, rook capture c6, bishop capture, and I was checking that line.
Yeah, but if you're getting to those, if you're having to resort to that. Let's go here. Yeah, if you're having to resort to. Yeah, but rook c1 is not the best. It's not the best way to go about it. It's very basic, not ambitious. I think maybe Kenny at this point is on his own. He's having to think now. Although he's a pawn, he's not a pawn down, right? He's fine
Yeah,
here. You can see that his pieces are much more active.
Even if you have a pawn down, like the bishop pairs are very active in this position.
Yeah. He's got a good bishop pair in an open position. And knight f5 and knight c6 are always threatened. Like for instance, knight takes c4. I was thinking maybe knight c6. Anyway, but doesn't work. So if he goes knight c4 now, you just have to retreat the bishop and put it on a1.
Why are you saying knight c6 doesn't work?
Well, he takes on b2 anyway. The bishop is hanging and the knight move threatens the queen, so you don't really have time.
You just wait. Bishop to a1. Yeah, queen e2 it was better than rook c1, I believe.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, but definitely taking this pawn is always going to be a problem for black.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the white can just wait with bishop to a1. You cannot afford to lose the bishop.
Yeah. Is bishop a1 or maybe bishop c3? Bishop c3 gets in the way. But it could be frustrating. So for instance, if you go bishop a1 and he goes bishop a3, now you need to figure out what to do with your rook.
I mean, you've got the rook c3.
Yeah, maybe. Not sure if I can see beyond that. But Kenny's got 1 minute, whereas Ukedar has got 7 minutes. So I'm not sure who prepared for who here. I'm not sure where they're playing Bet Whisper, but they are. Yeah, I'm not sure where they're playing. It seems like it's chess.com, but it's not on chess.com. But there's ways in which chess.com hides games also. So apparently there's strict rules around strict rules, like anti-cheat rules. That's why they can't really broadcast the games, blah blah blah. It doesn't make sense. I just think it's a way for chess.com to have exclusive access to the games. Yeah, so this is what I was worried about, this bishop a1 idea. But okay, after rook c2, I don't see how white is continuing. And this is very high level chess in terms of quality. But maybe rook c2 was better, not rook c3. Rook c3 gives bishop b4, and if you go back, he's got knight a3. This might be just...
No, the rook is not going back. The rook is going to d3.
Yeah, but then you're going in the wrong direction now. Rooks belong on open file, so... No, I don't think bishop a1 was wrong. I think bishop a1 was fine. Rook c followed by rook c2, and he still has the initiative. His bishops are very strong. And but I think by not playing queen e2 earlier, when he played, what was the move? Rook c1. Yeah, on move 17, I think he could have done better. But now he's making these moves also under quite a lot of pressure. He's got 52 seconds as far as we can tell. It's probably less. His opponent has got 6 minutes. I wish we had the timestamp on where he spent most of his time. But knowing Kenny, he's probably thinking if you play bishop b4, he will play rook d3. Not sure why this should not be right. It would be a normal human move, right? Ricky. Oh, yeah, they're not being really broadcast, right? Yeah. Oh, and it's delayed. I don't know. I don't know what. Yeah, let me send it to you. Okay. Mm. Oh, he played rook b3, like you predicted. But this is just the wrong square, right? Martin?
Yeah.
He played rook d3.
Yeah, I see D3.
And
What do you think White should be playing for in this position?
he should be playing to put his an attack on the king side. Black has got one defender on the king side, and White has got already 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces which can attack on the king side. And yeah, this
Playing under 25 seconds. So
yeah, with the time I can understand that he's playing for this. So now Black needs to go to an end game, and then at least there's no fear of a king side attack. But he's by no margin lost. It's just maybe starting to become uncomfortable. This position can be very difficult for White to play. There's easy moves for Black at this point. Like, I mean, playing rook f8 is not really a move you need to think much about. It's a needed move, right? Playing moves like knight g4 are easy threat type moves to play. So rook f8, maybe bishop f6, giving up his bishop pair and damaging the structure might be an idea. Okay, instead, White didn't allow this. He didn't allow this. Black didn't allow the damaging structure continuation, and he goes.
yeah,
for,
I think White wants to capture maybe on D4 with them.
But as he looked at the rook takes c6. Rook takes c6, bishop takes c6, knight a5, forking the rook on b3 with the bishop on c6. Do you see what I'm saying?
Then there's rook b4 attacking the knight on g4.
On what?
Rook g4.
So what I'm saying,
Now your line is rook takes on c6, right?
rook takes on c6, yeah?
Bishop takes c5.
Do you have time to do that? Rook takes c6, bishop takes c5, then rook takes c5.
No, rook takes. Oh,
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's what happened. Now knight a5. It's not that it's winning. It's just something you need to take into account. And here he took on c5 and b takes c5.
So these are position of equivalent material.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to play something like bishop f3, right?
Yeah.
Then knight takes b3, a b3, knight f6. And it's about equal. Something like this, yeah? He's playing very fast and accurate actually in this endgame. But Kenny was always good at fast play. I don't think he can lose, but yeah, this rook d6 is bad. Because this is a pass pawn, so you just go rook c8, bishop c4, here, rook a6, and then you go rook c7. And now you clear pawn up, right? And now he needs to dislodge
How
the
do you
bishop.
push the pawn? Yeah. How do you push these pawns on the king side? Go h4 or f4.
Yeah, you go h4. The setup here is, this part is easy. And instead of moving the bishop away, you go, yeah, but this now is bad.
Yeah, it's black is slowly pushing white back.
And he's very confident, this guy Okeda. The way he's playing this end. Yeah, Blake is, you're correct, Betu. Blake is playing risk-free at this point. That rook on c7 is amazing. It's supporting the passed pawn, it's supporting all the backward pawns. And the king and the knight can just shepherd the passed pawn. And taking on here was a mistake, I think. g6, just locking that bishop outside. Then this c3, c2 can go in peace. By the time you play h4 and this c3, c2 would have come through. Now knight d4 is a very good move. You know what? You can even play rook c8, rook h8. You see that?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a risk move.
Okay, let's look. Someone is asking for the other games. Okay, this looks like Kenny is lost for sure. Let's go to the other games. Banele. The other ones are still in play. Where is Banele?
Second last.
Eh?
I was telling you, Banele is second last.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh, he's clearly winning here.
Yeah. So,
Very nice. That's actually what surprised me. Like the way they did their team. Oh, Queen A7 is just mating, right? Okay, he chose to play it safe, but Queen A7 check was winning. Queen D7 exchanging queens is clearly winning. Well done. Ooh, Queen takes D7, Bishop takes D7. Very nice. Yep, Vanilla is won. That was impressive.
very
Very impressive. Okay, so Vanilla has won. Nina lost her game. Let's look at yeah, but okay, so listen, King is Queen E7 check, King H8. I was saying Queen A7 check. So what I was saying, in this position, instead of Queen D2, so you played here. So you needed to play Queen. Sorry, Queen check, and if King H8, then just Queen F7, because there's no perpetual Queen check, King H3, Queen check, King G, and there's no other check. If H5 check, maybe you can even take with the king. But anyway, he was winning. He chose the safe one, which is, I think, the most practical. But a very nice point there for South Africa. So out of 6, like at least he's pulled 1. And let's look at Daniel Barish. He's another one you can expect a good result from. And he's playing black here.
Oh,
He's just lost here. His past pawns, these pawns are very weak. And white is going to be able to attack them easily. You can't even attack the back, I think, because he's going to attack this G pawn. Now this is the worst one he could have played of all the moves, because now rook h6, if you take, he takes with check and exchange rooks. Or g4 was probably not the most accurate. Just winning this G pawn outright was the best move. But even this is alright. Rook d2 was a big mistake by black also. He takes with check and... Ooh, this guy does not mean well for Daniel. So Daniel is probably just lost here. Who else? Let's see. Jesse. Yeah, look at how red that last part is. Okay, so black is clearly better here. She's got 2 queens.
yeah.
Let's look at Charlize. Where is Charlize? Okay, there she is. Looks like Charlize is doing fine. Maybe knight f6 was not the best of moves. But they're in time trouble, so...
Oh,
We're moving fast.
rook c2 is a good move.
Rook what?
Yeah, that move. Rook c2.
Yeah. I don't see how black can lose.
Don't extend the rooks.
Yeah, you have to, right? And then you play knight e5. Because, okay, that's another way of doing it.
Yeah, this is just a draw.
Yeah, I think. Let's see what it stands like now. So it looks like Charlize will hold. So Jesse lost, Nina won, Barish lost. I think this will draw. Banele won and Kenny lost. So we are just probably going to be what, 2.5?
Yes.
Let's see how Charlize does this one. But if Charlize wins, then it's a draw, right? Man, that would be amazing. Now, if white makes a mistake of allowing black to somehow get in there.
Before.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah, why don't you just play h4?
No, also like, yeah, this is the simplest way to draw, right? You allow the loss of the You can sacrifice your knight for the b pawn and go king h5. But I don't think yeah. Ah, it says white won.
If you ran out of time.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that's correct. Let's check on the feed. Pool A, Pool B. Pool B results. Two and a half so far. Is there a game which was still in progress? I don't think so. Okay, all the games are in. I think this was a draw. This Charlie's game. I think it was a draw. I think South Africa might have lost 3.5, 2.5. It's very hard to imagine South Africa losing that game. Okay, so from the top, Alex Wamadam won. If he delivered that workshop for us a week ago. Huh?
Who was he playing against?
He was playing against Assad Livuga. And they played an Italian. And Giri beat Mamedyarov. No. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Rajabov beat Jordan Van Forest.
I'm waiting to see. I'm still waiting to see if Giri will play the French defense or just being caught for other people.
No, he's not going to play the French. What happened to South Africa? It still says 2.5. I don't think she flagged. That's impossible. Not in that position. Plus, they've got a 5-second increment, so I don't think so. Unless connection.
Yeah.
It would be terrible to lose a game because of connect. But that is a realistic thing in Africa. It was Charlize, right? After King G, there's so many easy moves that she could have made to not play King E4. Yeah, King D3. I don't think so. I think it's probably just a mistake in recording the results. So we wait for the next round. I'm very interested in the Kenny game. I think he could have won that game. I don't know if he just didn't understand the position or didn't know. But that line, I think I've looked at it. It's clearly winning if Black plays the way he did. Do you remember the position I'm talking about, Martin?
After where he played rook 1 instead of finish.
Yeah. So where is it? Yeah, this one. So after BC4, this is actually a very good position for white. I think he was much better than he probably believed. So after knight e5, this is the wrong way. So you're supposed to play queen e2 here. And knight c4 does not work because of knight c6. I think it's something he just missed. Let's look. Let's see what these guys. What happened? Okay, so the games will resume in about 12 minutes. So they are setting up for the next thing. What we can do is Martin. Martin?
Yes. Still here?
Oh yeah, no. I was wondering. Let's see what is the next pairing for. Okay, so the next pairing is in. South Africa is playing against France. South Africa is playing against France, and Kenny Solomon will be playing board 1. Daniel Barish on board 2. Rebecca Selke, board 3.
Is Kenny based in France?
Yeah?
Where is Kenny playing?
Kenny. What do you mean?
Yes.
Matt?
Where is he staying right now?
In Italy.
Can you hear me? I'm asking where is Kenny?
He's in Italy.
All right.
So Keith is on board 5 and Sonia Modi on 6. This is going to be exciting.
So they changed the last 4 boards.
Mm-hmm. But I'm not sure why they had to rest Banele. I guess giving everyone access and the opportunity to play.
Some teams are Azerbaijan,
I didn't get it.
Moldova and Mameda, they are all playing. I'm saying some teams, they are very serious to bring all the grandma.
Like Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
Even if you look at Ukraine, okay, at least their first 2 boards. Oh, the thing which makes it very difficult, Martin, is the age groups. Because there's a limit to what you can do with your team, right? Like the Azerbaijan team is strong at the top, but just below it becomes shaky, right? And the Dutch team could be stronger, right? Is Jordan van Forest the one who follows Giri really?
Yeah, Netherlands is strong.
Huh?
Netherlands has got a strong team.
If this was the format for the Olympiad all the time, this would encourage countries to work on their junior chess a lot. Because it looks like they drop significantly when they go to the lower boards. They played very well, I think. Not knowing how Shali is lost, but let's see. Oh, you see what happened? It was a 3-3.
Ukraine and Spain.
Oh, I see. I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Where is South Africa then? 4-2 there. So she must have lost on time. The position wasn't lost. I wish we could actually put them on an interview. Okay, so let's see what Group B is in store for us. Have they done the teams? Still on round 1. Interesting. Okay, so they should resume in about 2 minutes. I wonder if Lee Chess is showing.
Again?
None of these normally they would have stuff showing at their homepage, right? It's almost like they are stuck between wanting to show the event and not wanting to show the event. Let's see where we are. Okay, so in less than a minute they should be back. They're being slow on setting up the boards in the broadcast. Lubomev Technic is playing. That guy is old. Technic. He was old when I started playing chess. He was already old.
And it's still playing.
And he's still playing, yeah, for the national team. And you know, he comes from a country with a chess culture. I think Slovakia, right?
Okay.
But he lost his game. I totally understand. Okay, so I think they should be back now. Let's see what this guy
Anish Giri is back on form. And he's facing the Bogo Indian this round. Should be another interesting opening to see.
All right, so with that, let's go dive right into the games. Of course, also we need to make a quick mention of what the results were in the previous round. So yeah, too bad, but the Netherlands unfortunately lost their match. So yeah, let's switch to that. Okay, it seems like we are going to talk for a little bit. So
Okay.
yeah, I guess that well, it's of course an amazing event, this online 2020 Olympiad. What are your thoughts, David, on that it's being held online? And do you maybe have some thoughts about the format? Do you like what you see there?
I do like the format, and I do prefer it being online to it being in person at the moment, given the world situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think this is better than how they ran the candidates, for example. Better choice.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, because now it's absolutely clear that there will be no issues like in the candidates where there was, of course, in the middle of the pandemic, of course, and things happen.
Yeah. I think they are correct on that point, yeah. Okay, let's see.
Right?
Let's see if they can give us
Had to be cut off in halfway through. Hence the victory for Azerbaijan. Hungary beating France 3.5, 2.5. South Africa losing to Norway 4-2. Ukraine draw against Spain, two of the biggest. That was the big matchup in that round. And we've got Slovakia losing to Kazakhstan 2-4.
Yeah,
right?
Close matches all around.
Yeah, very surprising actually. Also France 2.5 against Hungary. France has got one of the weakest lineup in this whole pool, but they managed to hold their own against Hungary.
Yeah.
And these are now the current standings. So we've got one draw between wins for Kazakhstan, Norway, Azerbaijan, and Hungary. And of course, losses for France, Netherlands, South Africa, and Slovakia. Right? What's happening in round two? Round two, that's what's happening right now. One interesting matchup, Azerbaijan versus Hungary. And yeah, that's probably what we should take a look at. And also we've got here Anish Giri, like you said, with another Bogo Indian, but then with, do you call this the Bogo Indian with C5?
I think as soon as black plays bishop b4 check, we call it the Bogo Indian in the US. Maybe maybe openings have different names around the world. So
it's an opening I don't really have taken a look at yet, but yeah, it's a very interesting concept where you lock the bishop out on b4, but if you take on b4,
again to
b4,
due to their anti-cheating stuff,
not able to go
got a delayed broadcast of the
now
actual
compared to
moves.
the line where black has a pawn on a5.
As soon as they are available,
here at least when you trade on b4 as white, you can play a3 immediately.
As far as I know,
challenge
they've actually already started
the b4 pawn.
So we just have to keep checking. And I think last time we got the broadcast after 10 minutes or so. Matt, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. What time do you have to go?
22:03.
All right.
Still here for like the next 8 minutes. Let's look at Giri and Giri's game in the meantime.
Giri's game against Mamedierov. So Giri was playing black, and he played this. If you look at his game, his book, there's a little book that he wrote a few years back, like with 20 games. It's amazing how rich his knowledge of openings is. Hey, Kaskin, how are you? Welcome. We're just waiting for the broadcast of our actual match, South African one. Should come in a few minutes. Here. Oh, he couldn't take because of the hanging rook. Look at this ending that he converted.
You are breaking up a bit.
Oh, okay. I'm saying look at the ending that he converted. Yeah. And at this point, he actually resigned. Okay, let's see what's happening in Pool B. They haven't posted yet. I guess this is the challenge again with online games, because they always have to worry about the fact that people will misuse the broadcast. Okay, yeah. Now the games are available. Yeah. Okay, so Barish on top. Who do we start with this time?
That was Keith.
Ah, Keith. Yes. Where is he? Over there. Yeah, this should be exciting. So Keith is playing black, and he plays the French. Bishop d3, right here. Take on
You've already looked at Anish's book.
The chessable one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like both know what they're doing.
Yeah, I like the pawn on d3.
Yeah. And he resisted the temptation to push it, right? But this is
I've been in a similar position, but from the white. Yeah.
Yeah. So at least this is a setup where normally minor pieces play an important role, and your pawn structure obviously is determined by the type of minor pieces that you have. After this, I must say it's quite hard for black to play because he's the one with the bad piece, right? The d7 bishop.
Yeah, we should start pushing that a6 pawn. I mean, also for white, it's not so easy because white, you find that sometimes white start making moves like g4, you know.
But since white knows that is the main factor in this position is that dead bishop on d7, maybe knight c b3 to exchange the good knight. To exchange this knight c b3 would be a good move.
I don't understand why he instead the bishop. Why do you think of queen d7 instead of bishop back to that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
To keep an eye on. Yeah.
But I think the problem is that he was worried that in that case f5 becomes stronger, right? And you've got no defenders on the king side.
Yeah.
The move I was thinking about was maybe bishop a4. Bishop a4.
And right now, okay,
Right now I played here bishop d7.
yeah, the bishop is just there.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, again, slow game, right? Knight c b3. It's very interesting that.
Just in a game like where maybe like sometimes black wants to take the knight d7 and then f8.
Huh?
If you don't have a minor piece in front of the king, it's no minor piece in front of the king. So you need that knight back that side. So maybe knight to d7, knight to f8 in future. I don't know how you do it.
Oh, you mean if you go knight c b3?
No, I'm just saying that if white can tries to leave the rook maybe f3, h3, black will need the knight in front of the minor piece. Or will need the minor piece. So I was thinking that maybe we'll need. You see, I think this is the idea now. He wants to play rook f3.
Oh, to bring up the rook.
Yeah.
He played queen e3. Okay, so to open up for the rook.
To open up for the rook. So I'm thinking right now, things like rook f2, okay, rook c8. Because the attack is not there, it's not easy for black to do anything.
I feel like sometimes Keith plays too fast.
So how do you deal with it? And I know I don't say direct attack yet, but there's just so many pieces on the game.
They can keep ignoring what needs to be done in this position, and it will keep up, like popping up again and again. Again, it's about these two.
Okay, what's the rook doing on d2? I don't understand that.
I don't
What is
understand.
about the position?
But the knight deals with that. If you ever get a book called Reassess Your Chess, it really deals with this particular position, exact position. So it's very difficult for someone, if you play this position, you must read that book. If somehow this position pops up in your repertoire, you must know that position. And they give an example of a game between Ivanchuk and Topalov, I think, in this position, and discuss it in detail. I think
What is black looking for in this strategy?
What is?
What is black looking for?
Well, black is playing for somehow eliminating that light squared bishop first of all. And white should be busy trying to exchange the knight. As far as I remember, like this, if you are able to do that, you're fine. Also, black can play for a5, a4, a3, which gives him the c file. Definitely rook d2 is weird. But now the tricky part is to find a good waiting move. But I think this might be too early a break.
I do like f6.
It might be too early though. f6. So his intention is what? Does he intend to take? Oh, yeah, I guess taking on e5 if he can, if he could force black, if he could force white to take with the pawn, but he can't force white to take with the pawn here, right?
So maybe it's just waiting for white to commit.
Sorry.
Oh, I think maybe it's just waiting for white to commit something. I don't think like it's very much.
Okay, so here's the thing, right? Let's say queen takes f6.
I think
What?
white wants to try f3 knight e5.
What?
Knight f3 knight e5.
Yeah. You can't play knight. You can't play knight f3 because f4 hangs. So you have to find a sequence to do that. Hey, thank you, Tough Kid. Thank you, Emmanuel Ramirez, for liking the stream. So you have to start with g3, right? But every time you play g3, black plays e5. So how do you do it? Because black at this point, it doesn't matter even if he loses the pawn to get this breakthrough of e5.
Do you think it's better for white, like to play knight f3, queen takes pawn, then now knight e5?
There's a mate on f1.
No, I'm saying after queen exchange queen.
Or after e5.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's say g3, e5 pawn, queen takes queen, queen takes pawn, queen takes...
Oh. Okay, now e5 comes, right?
e5 would be very interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
And Keith is like a gambler when he plays, so he probably would play this. Otherwise, he's got a permanent weakness. After knight f3, knight e5, it's very difficult to have positive vibes on on black's position.
I don't think you will allow the knight to land on e5.
Huh?
I don't think you'll allow the white knight to land on e5. Besides e5, what else can black do in this?
You could try bishop a4. So that if you play knight f3, you can go knight d7. And if you push b3, you could even play bishop b5. Now he's got maybe an argument that you have made a weakness on c3, which he can put a rook on.
Why not bishop e8, bishop d6?
Bishop e8, bishop g6.
Yeah.
That's interesting. But then let's say bishop e8, knight f3.
No, I was just saying just besides. No, I think e5 should be good.
I think you must play e5.
E5 just gives you so many squares. I mean, you even have bishop h3 after that.
Time control is 10 plus 5. He's taking his time, eh? What's the time? So his opponent has got 8 minutes. He's got he is and he's got 5 minutes. Yes, they're all on a Zoom call. Yeah, this rook c7 is such a botch up. What does that move do?
Maybe
Huh?
thinking of yes or getting this bishop. You see, after white pushed f3, there's a big weakness on the right square. So after pushing e5, maybe we'll have a strong bishop on e7. So maybe the bishop wants to go to c8. Like he wants to allow white maybe to play knight f3, knight f5 so that he can play the bishop. Because white can't really play d4. Well, he can, but we leave the weakness on d4.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder if you can play knight f3. Yeah, I'm still not impressed with rook c7.
Oh, yeah, now there's no need to go knight f3, just play rook e1.
Rook what? e1.
Just put pressure on.
Yeah, I think removing. Yeah, white can remove his rook from the f file.
Yeah. Yeah, pushing the from black, so now it's better to black from gold. Because now you cannot push e5 anymore.
Yeah, that would be the most solid continuation. I think knight f3 allows for room for some tactical possibilities.
And keep with it.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's these seemingly quiet positions that the stronger players really excel in. And usually they're just playing from having seen an earlier game with typical ideas. Ooh, he played the backward move. This is definitely a mistake. Do you know the best move here, Martin? Knight a4.
Yeah, but the knight will go back there, right?
After knight a4?
Yeah, no, I was just looking at knight a4 and then I realized white can just play knight a4 actually.
But now it won't work. Because knight d4, then e5. Game over.
Yeah.
Knight db3 was a big mistake.
Yeah. Should keep it one.
Thank you.
Play knight.
He found it. So the problem with this position is how does he defend b2?
No, it's not going to depend. I'm thinking like after making a.
Oh. This is a blunder. Now queen takes e5 solves all black's problems. Yeah, that was a poor decision by white.
You can go queen takes, pawn takes, and then rook c8, rook f3. But is this the best way to play? Because now
No.
the bishop.
Keith is not confident in his endgame, I think. He could have exchanged queens and then play rook f8. Much more permanent advantage. You see, also, Keith is very aware of time. He knows as the time gets shorter, his advantage increases a lot.
That's true.
And here,
And here,
now I'm just saying, as the time gets shorter, his advantage increases a lot. If there's something that is really good at it, it's like holding positions.
he's preventing queen d4 check, but queen d4 check doesn't have like anything. Literally, there's a knight controlling the square. It's not even possible.
Yeah, I know. This part of the game, or this part of the white will probably definitely be outplayed, because if you suddenly look, all of black's pieces now are optimally placed. But this g6 is a mistake. It's not an. These
But
are
there's nothing that white can do. There's nothing that white can do.
Yeah, but now white has got this idea of playing knight e2 to d4, which wasn't there before.
You play the knight, there's rook c2.
Yeah, but it doesn't really matter. Just go knight d4.
And then after x4.
You see, e6 is very weak and the bishop is on the wrong side. But the turn of events might also have put white in the wrong frame of mind to be able to see a move like this. But I mean, you can think of it like this, right? Principle of the least active piece. the knight on c1 is the least active piece. We can move knight e2 to d4. But he played h3, so like Patsa. No plan, Patsa moves the pawn. You know that's what weak players do, right?
Yeah.
And now putting this king in this like same file as the queen, inviting some pinning combinations. He creates a weakness and he goes to cover that weakness with his king. Keith is not making much structural changes. Do you see that? But this rook c6 is always limiting the bishop in its movement. So it's not.
No, just reset move. We just played the rook c7 and then rook back.
Yeah, he's not changing the structure, but he knows that his opponent is busy changing structure. And Keith being a bullet player. Yes?
What's the time of his opponent?
His opponent's time. Yeah, Keith knows time gaining techniques. If it's too difficult, don't change the structure. Just shuffle pieces and let your opponent bury himself.
He's probably playing like he wants a draw and his opponent is busy changing structure.
Yeah. Let me just crop the screen so that we've got the time in there.
He ended up playing d4.
Yeah, the moves he's not supposed to play is what you end up doing.
Imagine that knight now on e4.
And notice, Keith is just busy not changing the structure. That's all he's doing. And White keeps changing the structure, is creating more and more weaknesses. So you go back to Queen f7, putting now pressure on f7. Now c4 is available for the knight. If it goes knight b6, knight c4, much stronger square. And now knight to b3. Now bishop takes. Now remember, this bishop is a bent bishop. I told you that the plan in this position is always to exchange this bishop. Now rook c2, and the weakness of that second rank we were talking about. Even knight b2. Knight b2 was even winning, right? In this position, Matt, instead of rook c2, knight takes b2.
Followed by rook c2 check.
Yes. So here he goes rook c2, rook here. Now this probably is a blunder, but he should avoid exchanging rooks maybe. Just rook 2 c6. Maybe you could bring about that same position. You played too fast.
The time is not moving. What's going on?
They're probably just playing fast. Or someone offered a draw. Oh, it's because I think we moved away from the position. Okay, now knight b2 again is an idea. So he has to defend with one of these rooks. Ooh,
Knight b2.
this is a blunder. Knight takes b2 now, followed by rook c3. You with me?
Yeah.
Oh, these boys are blundering a lot late. But of course, the time pressure. Oh, he misses, man. He misses it again. It's fascinating how this is constantly a theme in this position.
Now
Look, this guy, if you play the French, right, one of the things is you have to be very aware of structures. You can't just play the French without knowing structures. Oh. Yeah, Keith just missed this idea, right? Now he's going to lose more material. What happened?
took the rook. I don't know why.
But then he's losing. Man, just went from winning to lost. Maybe nerves also, you know. Okay, so let's look at what's happening to South Africa. This is round 2. Eh?
Join you again later.
Okay, cool. Thanks a lot, Martin.
Sure.
Okay, so what happened here? Let's start from the top. So Rebecca lost to Anel. Daniel Barish lost to Raza. Keith Kumalo lost to Brezi. This was a close game. Michelle Fisher lost to Solem. Kenny lost to Maurizi. And Sonia lost to Florence. So we lost 6-0 in this round. This was big loss. So let's look at the games. Okay, so Rebecca played c5. Rebecca was black here. So it's a Paulson. Take. F4. Yeah, this is an odd line. You need to know what you're doing here. C4. Knight g4, bishop e2, e5, f5. Just g6 is a terrible idea. Take, bishop c4, rook h7, queen f3 is good, but bishop g5 also, h3, queen here, knight, bishop, g5, yeah, rook d8. Just lost position. Okay. Oof. Checkmate. Let's see what happened to Daniel. So here, d4, knight f6. What was this? Yes. Did he just blunder here? Up to this point, I think white is fine. Then after here, he goes f5, which is alright. Knight c5, and here he could just castle long and it's more than okay. Probably winning because his attack on the king side is already going. So he decides to go g4. I'm not sure why. Just castles long, and his position is solid. There's so many threats. He's threatening also potentially g4, g5. But he goes g4 now, and after this takes, he can just take, h6, castles. So far so good. Knight g3, queen h4, bishop f3. So here he slowly plays this position wrong. Maybe chasing away the knight first, b4, knight d7, followed by knight d5. And very good timing, clear and sacrifice by black. Yeah, and bishop f4, just h4. Okay, so here he's now suddenly in trouble. Check. Yep, this opponent did not. The technique was just too good and lost position. Very impressive. Good Kumalo we looked at. Let's see what happened to Michelle Fisher. She was playing white. I think she's given too many liberties to black in this position. She's not sure about what she's doing here. Black has got a strong center. Pawn up. Strong center, better bishop. This is going to be easy for black. And the east rest is easy. So that was Michelle. And then Kenny was playing black. So we lost 6-0 in this one. And the unfortunate scenario is the only person with compromise in their structure is black with opposite colored bishops. And in these positions, whoever has got the attack, it's almost like they've got an extra piece. And after rook a8 and b6, and just this small structural defect is going to be a problem. And the fact that, of course, white is on the offensive and black on the defensive. With an opposite colored bishop, it's almost like someone has got an extra piece. And to sacrifice 2 pawns just to be active. You can also lose because of material. So, so yeah, this was an easy game for. And the last one was Sonia. So Sonia is playing white. She's the only one in the team, I think, who's playing the English. Oh, this h4 is funny, but maybe it's probably theory. But really, she didn't have anything to do here. Maybe knight d5. Knight d5 is good, actually. Too many weaknesses on the king's side. Oh. Okay, so that concludes the top the boards for this round. Let's see what the next pairing is. It's not out yet. So there's 3 rounds today. So this next one we're going to is the last one. Let's see if we can yes, round 3 is there now. South Africa is playing Azerbaijan, and this is the team. Kenny Solomon on board 1, Daniel Barish on board 2, Charlize Van Zyl on board 3, Rebecca Selkirk on 4, Mango Banele on 5, and Nina Marais on 6. Okay, so this is the current the boards for the next round. As we wait for the next one, let me fetch some water. Okay, so we are playing Azerbaijan, and they've got Mamedov on board 1. Azerbaijan, oh, so they are not fielding Rajabov. They are resting their top players. And Shak is not playing, so we've got Guseinov on board 2, Mamadiarova on board 3, Fatialeva on 4, Suleimani on 5, and Dulaeva on 6. This is by no means a weak team. Okay. But in the South African team, okay, the top boards are really going to struggle with their opposition. But Mango is a wild card here. He can score anytime. Okay, so whilst we wait for the next round, let's take pause. Okay, good. So for the next segment, we'll be joined by Tahil Bedesi, one of the junior players in the club and one of the students in the academy. Let's see if we can invite him. Tahil, let's see. So South Africa South Africa playing Azerbaijan. So they are about to start. So there will be that usual delay that they put. Chess has become more lately about lines. So let's see what happened in this round. Azerbaijan, yeah, the way it's put is very confusing, by the way. Okay, so okay, should get the next pairing in about 8 minutes or so. As a way of anti-cheats rules, they delay the stream coverage. Prevent people from which game is this? What is the idea here? Bishop g4. It's putting pressure on d4. Do you play bishop e3? Yeah. Of course, Giri has looked at this position a couple of times and the continuation c5 for a Grunfeld player is a natural continuation. Let's see if the broadcast is now available. Let's reload. In 4 minutes. In the meantime, let's look at Giri's handling of this Grunfeld position. Neo Grunfeld. Oh. Tayo?
Hi, boy.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good. You can turn on your camera.
Okay.
Did you see some of the games today?
I only started watching with Keith's game,
With Kiss Game. Oh yeah.
and I was confused because I left 5 minutes ago, and then suddenly I saw that he lost.
Let me just check this call. Yes, hello. 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 Okay, so in Kids game, he just missed a few easy tactical stuff. He could have actually done it in his bullet games, you know.
Yeah, I saw the last move I saw was I think Rook C2.
Yeah.
Then after that,
I think around there he missed Knight B2, and then he missed it again. It came in like 3 different ways, and he missed it. But he played very well, considering. And something I realized, like, his opponent was about 2200, but he didn't know how to play the resulting structure.
I see.
You know, that was quite. Okay, so let's see. They'll give us the live board just now. Time moves
How
slowly.
many rounds are they playing, coach?
3 rounds, I think, per
How
pool.
many rounds are they playing?
3 rounds per pool per day. So now we're on pool B, or on pool B. Yeah? Then there will be pool C. Pool C will be following Morocco, Egypt, for Africa and Algeria. And Pool D, we will have no African team in Pool D. That's interesting.
Coach, how can I see?
Oh, let me share the screen with you, I guess. That's the best. Okay, so let's see if we've got the rounds. I think they're just delayed. Okay, so where are we? Oh, good, fantastic. We've got the boards. So where is RSA? Okay, there you are. We are on top. Nina Marie on top. Vitalieva, Barish. Banele won last time. I'm inclined to look at his game. So it goes D4, D5, C4, E6 here. So he's playing a Catalan.
I've played him many times and I've always faced the Catalan against him.
Huh? Okay, so queen takes c4. I used to like this position a lot as white because a lot of scenarios arise which favor white here. Queen side pawn majority most likely. If you play c5, it's very hard to push e5 in this position. And yeah, white can get his rooks into the central files quite quicker than black can defend. There's a lot of good stuff going on for white than for black here. He must just capture on e4 quickly. He doesn't really have a choice, so I'm not sure why it's taking long to make this decision.
Yes. What is his opponent's rating?
Huh?
What is his opponent's rating?
So what's your question?
Oh, I said, what is his opponent's rating? Panela's opponent's rating.
His opponent's rating, let's see. OB. Round 3, pairing. And Panela's opponent is 2202. Online and not just online. I mean, I think Banele is much stronger than his actual rating because he just doesn't get as much access to play rated tournaments as maybe this guy does.
I see.
I hope his connection is not failing him.
Yo, what's the protocol if that happens? You just leave or what?
I don't know. Okay, he just taken on e4, and after bishop b7 played rook d1. I would have. Okay, so what I've done traditionally in this position is here, instead of quickly playing rook d1, I've played b3 to put the bishop on b2.
I see.
But
What's the plan with the bishop
d1,
on b2?
I put pressure on e5. If the diagonal opens, the bishop is good after c5. But here, black goes queen c8 in order to play c5 with the tempo, right? So the queen gets out of the way. And yeah, I think because of this structure, it's almost like those Queen's Gambit structures, right? And usually your plan involves either pushing e5 or c5. This position is slightly uncomfortable for black to play.
Is he planning to play e5 now?
I don't know. I don't think so. But the way Vanilla is going about it, maybe this is not the most accurate, because Black is the one who's a bit cramped. So if you exchange pieces for him, it helps him a lot. So this bishop g5 is suspect. Here, he had other moves he could have tried. I think that the idea of playing b3 definitely applies. But
Why would he bishop g5?
I think he's thinking, okay, there's one defender on the king's side. So if I play bishop g5 and exchange that one defender, then I could have a potential for an attack. So Black avoids the exchange, but I think the way he does it is probably not the most accurate, not the most active. So here, maybe bishop f6. No, or bishop d6. But it's not bad. I mean, I can understand he's playing bishop f8 with the idea that he's got a defender on the king side. If he plays g6, bishop g7, that's a solid Indian setup, right?
Yes.
But here, moving backwards is the problem, because now white can continue with knight e5, which puts a lot of pressure on Black's position. And if you take pawn takes, he's got control of the d file already. But okay, bishop f4. I'm not convinced with this plan. Because now, maybe Black should now start his counterplay with c5.
I think c5 looks good.
Yeah. But White has given Black this opportunity. It didn't exist before. So taking on c5 is kind of routine, because now you've got a queenside pawn majority. So you could say maybe the pressure I was applying is transformed into a queenside pawn majority type advantage. A lot of people don't treat that as a significant advantage, but in this position it's the one thing that you can only play for, I think. So here he's quite determined to exchange this dark squared bishop. Not sure why.
But isn't his bishop, dark squared bishop, better?
It is. That's what I find strange, that he's really gunning for this exchange. But being a pattern type player, he probably knows that removing this bishop helps him in his attacks. Because if he plays this, and I've seen him play the Catalan a lot, he's probably familiar with typical patterns that work for him. And maybe getting rid of this bishop could be one of those ideas. So bishop d6.
You just take as Black.
Yeah, I don't believe in. If you take it, activates white, so maybe finding other ways of doing it. Maybe knight d7, but it's a backward move. Maybe a5, just making sure that the knight can never be removed on c5. He took on d6. Now, what I don't like about this, and you know, like the concept that to take is a mistake, is that by taking, he helps white carry out white's plan.
Yeah.
But on the other hand,
Now the d file is open.
yeah. On the other hand,
white's
he can
controlling
now push e5.
e5.
E5, yeah. Okay, so now you have to come up with a plan, and there's a typical plan here where you take your knight on f3, put it on e1, exchange, and then the knight goes to e3, and it can go to d5 uncontested. And I mean, the d5, you already had control of it, so you didn't have to worry about this. But this plan of knight e1, g2, e3 is strong.
It looks strong.
Okay, so black needed to have covered against this potential for this move b4. Nevertheless, he's still fine because now black can play knight d3, yeah? And you can't take. Can't take because your pieces are hanging. So now for now, rook d4, and you're losing the b4 pawn. I don't think Banele anticipated this move. Oh, this is a terrible move.
Yeah, he took it there. Right.
Now he might as well have taken with the rook on d6. Yeah, he was hoping for this will work, but after queen b8, you achieve nothing here. The problem is he doesn't see that at the end of this line, the queen is pinned against the rook, against the bishop on e4. I think I was hoping that bishop e4 would recover material. Unfortunately, it doesn't. So knight b7, queen b7, how do you continue?
I was thinking rook d4.
Yeah, and after f5?
Yeah, you do have a 3v2 on the queen side, but the pawn structure in the center is quite strong after f5.
Yeah. And the queen side pawn majority with the rook possibly placed on d4. The queen side pawn majority is really nothing. Here you just go g6. This is just consolidating now.
Yeah, and I think he needs to possibly get his queen on the dark square.
Yeah. Okay, just carry on the stream. I need to accept a call quickly.
7. I think there might have been a case for rook d5. But after g6, the lights could be terrible. You might have to have a maneuver to f1 and potentially c4 in the future. I think with this structure, it's possible for Vanilla to have a chance if he gets his bishop on c4. But for black, e3 is gonna come soon, and it's gonna be quite dangerous. But black's quite open, so he might have a chance. I think even though in this position Vanilla has his fast pawn and black has quite an open king. I don't think it's enough, but I could be wrong. I think queen g5 over here looks interesting. But after queen e5, there's not much left in this attack.
Sorry for that, Tayo.
No problem, coach.
Looks like he's
The
got
position is kind of interesting. I thought of queen g5, but after queen e5, his Vanilla's chances might be wearing down. Yeah.
I mean, if black plays queen e5.
Yeah, after queen g5. I just thought queen g5 might be interesting, but then after queen e5, there's not a lot of attack. And
This rook f8 is probably not the most accurate, right? What about if you just push the pawn, c6?
Yeah, c6 looks okay.
And what's his name? His opponent's time is a problem, because which is where Vanilla and
Vanilla is a really good bullet and blades player.
Vanilla and Keith in time trouble. They are actually stronger. So here he's thinking. But f4 is not really a threat. Yeah, mine is 5. c6 is very strong. Because the more this pawn progresses, the stronger it becomes, and also the less powerful the rooks become. Rooks struggle to deal with these passed pawns. Queen e5 was played quickly, rook d5, and then you transfer the rook. Yep. Put it behind the passed pawn. If queen f6 now, then you go queen c5. Putting the queen out of, like even rook d7 is strong. Queen c5.
I was thinking of rook d7 because on a7 the pawn is hanging.
Yes, but also on c5 you kind of have a bit more control of the position, right?
Yeah, I think queen c5 is much better.
Now, okay, if you think of it defensively, it's difficult to ignore that pawn on c6. If you start defending, you lose. You have to play active here. How can you create counterplay?
f4.
Yeah, f4 looks like the only
There's
move.
always f3 and queen a1.
Yeah, but here you just
dangerous. But at the same time,
also white needs to just play actively and take, because f2 is protected.
Yeah.
And yeah, these boys are really sharp when it comes to this. Because now if you're not taking with check, it's a problem, because e7 is hanging, you see.
Yeah.
And finding king h6 in this position is next to impossible.
That's true. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah. And once you start defending, you're in real trouble, because
I initially thought that this position was a little bit, well, not lost, but I thought black was better.
Yeah,
but I think he
was
might
much
have
better.
misplayed it.
Yeah, he
might have
definitely
misplayed it.
If you try to become too active too quickly, these positions fall apart. So bishop b5 now. But knowing Banile, you might want to, yeah, I mean, bishop b5 makes sense. Just keeping the option of pressure on e7. Yep. So this was played. Bishop b5, a6, bishop a4. Makes sense. And now what? He has to play rook f7 to remove this rook from the eye of the queen, right?
Yeah, and his opponent is really down on time.
Yeah. And these are difficult decisions to make also under time trouble. Now what? Close the file with f5? He didn't. I thought he was going to close the file with f5. He played queen e5 check, I think. Queen d4, okay. Rook f7. Now you can play, yeah, this makes sense. King. Yeah, but he messed up. I think going to this rook ending was a big mistake.
I think, yeah.
You're supposed to keep it.
You're
supposed to keep queens on board because they create counterplay.
And he was also down material. And I don't know if this the bishop and the rook and the pass pawn are enough.
No, it's not enough. Definitely not enough. If Black can release the idea that he is lost, he might actually be winning. Now, for a human being, it's difficult to. He manages to find it. I was thinking about this move. So you can't afford to take on e4 because that exchanges rooks. So you have to maybe play bishop f1.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finds it. He's good on time. That might be his rescue.
Advantage. Yeah.
Like, I mean,
but it's still tricky.
It's not fair to play in, with time trouble this position. Now rook e4 check. King d6, rook e7, king e7, and h7, and h4. Not so sure about this move. I was thinking about king d5. Yeah, but one thing you can definitely give these players from these countries is their ability to play the end game in time trouble is amazing. So here, rook e4, rook takes e6, and bishop takes a6. Maybe you keep some drawing chances like this, and then you take on a6.
Yeah, it's possible.
But I keep seeing a scenario in which he sacrifices the rook for the bishop at some point. Why didn't he take on e6?
On a6, he played king f4 instead.
No, this is lost. Yeah, this is just lost, right?
Is it?
Yeah, this is lost.
Completely.
This is dead lost.
So king f4 might have just been
Yeah, I mean, here. What's the idea of drawing, right? It's exchanging pawns. So here, bishop takes on a6. Oh, sorry, I'm mistaken. What am I talking about? So, rook takes check, takes, and now bishop takes on a6. Do you get what I'm saying?
I think, yeah.
Bishop
and then
takes,
he's always got the pass pawn.
Yeah, bishop takes a6, rook takes here, and then you put the bishop back on e2. If he attacks this pawn, you can move it to a4. If he attacks it, and put the bishop on b5, I don't know how you can lose that. But the way he played it, this is just lost. Yeah, he resigned.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening here? So So Nina Marie lost, Rebecca lost, Daniel Barish lost, Banele lost, Kenny Solomon lost, Charlize drew. Charlize is playing very well. I mean, the game that she lost on time, she was also not lost. And she played the London here. The London is not an opening. Again, she gets the same structure which we were looking at now. Okay, and her opponent decides to go crazy. Ooh. I just like how actively.
Joe.
There's no check here, right?
Yeah.
This is clearly winning for white. Can you imagine if she plays rook d5? How do you defend?
I was just thinking of that. I don't think there's a way you can.
This would be clearly won for white, but she missed it.
In d6 played. Dead.
Oh man, she even repeated the position. I think one thing I can say is that the South African players need to improve their confidence, because this was a repeating factor. I mean, I remember also, I think Kenny had a position where he was much better, but probably didn't know, you know.
Yeah. But this looks one.
Yeah,
Of the rook d5.
This would be one. This would be one. Okay, so for today, I think they have concluded all the games for today and the standings. Let's check what it looks like. In Pool B, South Africa is at the bottom with half a point. 2.5 points. The 2 against France and the half point now from Charlize. And Charlize could have actually scored another half earlier. So tough.
Who won in the France game?
In the France game, Banele won, and Nina, I think, Banele and someone, I don't know. So yeah, I will find out about tomorrow's schedule, and yeah, we'll definitely broadcast this through for you. Good. Thank you so much for joining us. Tayo, are you there?
I'm here, good.
Okay, good. Thank you for joining us, and I think later on today we've got a match against Edinburgh University, so those who want to follow and watch, you're welcome. Thank you so much, and goodbye.
Thanks, good.